Right. The House will come to order. Members, please register. A quorum is present. The House and gallery will please rise for the invocation will be offered by the Pastor Scott Wall from Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, somebody asked me what the word for the day is, and it's kindness. In the Bible, which was written in Greek, the Greek word is Christates, which is very rich in meaning. It's more than just sentiment. It calls us to a deep, active goodness, a posture of mercy and fairness and moral clarity. And so that's what I'm going to be praying for this morning is kindness. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in a world that's often driven by division, help us to embody Christates, kindness, the kindness that mirrors your heart, a kindness that acts, a kindness that leads with both justice and compassion. Teach us that kindness is not weakness, but strength under your direction. Let this kind of kindness temper our debates. Let it shape our choices. Let it dwell in our halls, not just in moments of prayer, but in the long, difficult work of legislation. Shape our hearts to reflect this kindness in every committee, every conversation, every vote. And may we not weaponize words or wield influence without conscience. Instead, lead us to be legislators who choose the harder path, the kinder path. And let Christates, kindness, define our legacy in this house. Let it be said of us that we serve not with skill, but with soul. We ask this in the name of Jesus, who embodied kindness and calls us to follow. Amen.
Amen. Chair recognizes the Honorable Candy Noble of Collin County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite everyone in this room to honor our nation with our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to our great state. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Dr. Alverson because of important business on motion of Ms. Slauson. Please excuse Representative LaHood because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Pearson. Please excuse Representative Martinez Fisher because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Lopez of Bear. Please excuse Representative Cortez because of important business on motion of Representative Perez of Harris. Please excuse Representative Wally because of illness on motion of Representative Turner. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair is pleased to recognize our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Darrell White from Teague. Members, please join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by...
Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence, Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships, in a public hearing on Monday, April 28th, or 2 p.m. upon final adjournment or recess of a bill referred, if permission is granted, in room 2E2.016 to consider House Bill 1863 by Moody relating to the duration of a protective order against family violence.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs, Subcommittee on County and Regional Government in a public hearing on Monday, April 28, 2025 at 10 o'clock a.m. in room E2.028 to consider HB 4114 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to the salary schedules for regional planning commissioners and HB 2668 by Reynolds relating to a study conducted by the Commission on Jail Standards on the living conditions and safety of persons confined in the Harris County Jail.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have 3 memorial resolutions or recognitions. Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener for memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Members, this is a memorial recognition. Please take your seats or your conversations outside the rails. Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, for taking a moment with me to honor the life of someone who was a part of my House District 45 office that we lost way too young. Today, my office is mourning his loss. His family is mourning his loss, and also the University of Texas Law School community is mourning his loss. Today we honor the life of Alex Ivy, whose life was cut short too young, but whose impact was lasting and profound. I want to offer my heartfelt condolences to his family and everyone whose life he touched. Alex brought light and leadership into every space he entered, including his time in public service, where he contributed to my office as a legislative intern and correspondent. Alex's story is one of extraordinary perseverance, deep empathy, and remarkable achievement. From a young age, Alex made it his mission to ensure that the people around him felt seen, included, and appreciated. His own challenges gave him a unique understanding of what it means to feel different, and he used that experience to make others feel like they belonged. That sense of compassion guided his relationships and his service to others throughout his life. He was an Eagle Scout who hiked over 175 miles at Philmont, led his high school drumline, and earned numerous honors in speech, debate, and UIL competitions. His Eagle Scout project helped protect and preserve a local nature center, a reflection of both his love for the outdoors and his commitment to serving his community. He brought that same dedication to his college years at UT Austin, where he studied international relationships and government, served as president of Delta Sigma Phi, and was inducted into Phi Beta Kappa. He studied abroad in Paris, consistently made the Dean's List, and graduated as a distinguished scholar. At the time of his passing, Alex was continuing his journey at the University of Texas as a 1L at the School of Law. He was active in moot court and mock trial, respected and admired by his professors and peers, and as determined as ever to make a difference. His services are being held today at UT Law, and I ask y'all today to keep his family in your thoughts and to also keep your thoughts with the UT Law community as they mourn his passing. Thank you, members, for taking a minute with me, and please join me in a moment of silence to honor Alex.
Members, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Chair recognizes Mr. Curry for a recognition.
Mr. Speaker, members, it is my pleasure to ask you to help welcome a Texas member of our own Texas Ledge family, Madeline Louise Weselick, daughter of Representative Kerwin's Chief of Staff, James and Caitlin Weselick, who was born on April 23rd. She joins proud big brothers J.P. Arthur and big sister Charlotte. We join the Weselick family in the joy of her birth and wish them the utmost happiness. Godspeed. Yay.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a recognition.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members. Last year, the Voces Oral History Center at the University of Texas at Austin reached a remarkable milestone, its 25th anniversary. Founded in 1999 to tell the stories of Latinos who fought in World War II, the Voces Oral History Center has now documented, preserved, and disseminated the stories of more than 1,800 Latinos across the United States. Voces has expanded its mission to capture the untold stories of Latino veterans who served in Korea and Vietnam, and to document political and civic engagement focused on the fight for Latino civil rights in the United States. Voces is now considered the leading Latino oral history archive in the United States, with a vast collection of photographs, interviews, and articles, and serves as a resource for journalists, textbook publishers, students, and even PBS documentarians. So today, we recognize and honor Voces and its founder and director, my friend Maggie Rivas Rodriguez, a respected former journalist and current UT professor. Maggie has given so much time and energy to build Voces into what it is today. Maggie and everybody here today with Voces up in the gallery should take a great pride in their achievements over the last 25 years. I join all my colleagues in the House in congratulating you on 25 years of outstanding work. I look forward to another quarter century of watching Voces discover countless more untold Latino stories. Thank you so much. Stand up and be recognized. Thank you.
Members, please take your seats. We have a previously adopted memorial resolution. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 633, in memory of former state Senator and Representative Carl Allen Parker of Port Arthur, by Representative Johnson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members. I proudly honor the life and service of Senator Carl Parker in House Resolution 633. And I'm also going to share with you House Resolution 632 for the passing of his wife, Beverly Parker. In the chamber this morning are their daughters, Valerie and Chris, and granddaughter, Emma. For those of you that will grab me in the hallway after I've had a chance to go to the mic and speak about how much I love this place, little do you know that you are grabbing on to my village. My dad, Jake Johnson, served in the House in the 60s, and his best friend was Carl Parker from Port Arthur. Our families traveled together, grew up together, and Valerie, Chris, and Alan are effectively my siblings. Senator Parker is the product of his father, Harvey, and mother, Juanita Parker. Staunchly supportive of Southeast Texas, public education, the rights of labor, and those that were most vulnerable. Beverly Parker, the daughter of Clifford and Liddell Stiegler from San Antonio area. They were a team, and serving for decades in the Texas House and the Texas Senate. Senator Parker advocated for things like seat belts. Completely controversial at the time. Completely an infringement on a parent's rights. And it was not until a constituent, a young mother, who had said there is no place more protective than the loving arms of their mama, that unfortunately was in a car accident, and despite all the love that she had for that child, not wearing a seatbelt, she was thrust into the dashboard and her child crushed and killed. He brought her here to the Capitol to tell that story. And because of it, he got past seat belts and child safety seats that today we all just take for granted when we put it on. He also made sure babies couldn't ride in the back of trucks. Another controversial thing. He got past lots of infrastructure in Port Arthur, including expanding the port. He understood big things, passing things for economic value for his constituents, but he also knew how to do the little things. The structure, when it was made, allowed for those in wheelchairs to be able to pull themselves up to the edge and fish on their own. Because he was a Southeast Texas sportsman. Hunting and fishing, and when we went to the Parker residence, oftentimes there would be Alan's jacket at the back door where he had ducks stuffed down in the pocket that Beverly Parker would then get ready and prepare this amazing meal. For years I grew up where they would visit us in our home, and we would have all family around and have these wonderful parties and events. And for years, we lived through every session as he would talk about the debates and the issues going on, like where we are today on tax. Eliminate property tax, go back to a sales tax. And I would hear him talk with some of my family and say, look, that original line of, I can explain it to you, but I can't make you understand it. If we all pay the same price for milk, it's the biggest regressive tax on your people. And for those that don't know that term either, Google it. Last session and special session, he was in the hospital, and I am so grateful that the Parker family would always invite us in. And in a true moment for them, when I got there, he was tired, he was not awake. Beverly Parker had come in from being at a meeting from the church as one of the deacons, and she walked in with this beautiful scarf, and she looked as elegant as she always did. And she said, Annie, what's happening with vouchers? And he popped up. Annie, let me tell you what you do. He was a staunch defender of public education because, like my dad, and like most Americans, he was raised by strong mamas after the Depression. And he did pull his bootstraps up through public education. But he also recognized that society gave him, as a white man, boots. And when he got to a spot of power, he found it most important to pull seats with him at the table and fill it with people that didn't look like him. He died last April, or last March, and weeks later, Beverly followed him. We all joked that when he got to heaven, God said, boy, I can't handle this one, and insisted that she come along quickly. The family, too, gave us space with her in her last moments. And for those of you that knew her, knew she was pure grace at all times. And he married way out of his league. She also, at these last moments, was really funny. And when she would say something out of character or in color that I can't repeat, she pointed to herself and said, Carl. She felt him with her. The last moment with her, and moments of pure honesty and reflection of knowing what was coming. She said, at a time like this, you don't hold back. Don't think of yourself. Think of others. Be loving with all, with no judgment. Family, I know that it was an incredible sacrifice for y'all as kids to have your parents in this building. We are all eternally grateful for who they were in life and what their legacy will always be. I love y'all.
Ms. Thompson.
Members, in 1973, I was sworn in as a freshman in this body, and the first person I met was Carl Parker. He was a genius of a lawyer. He could tell jokes that would almost make your side burst open. He could bring moments of joy when there was so much tension on the floor. he had an opportunity to run for Speaker because my first session, Price Daniel Jr. had promised that he would only be Speaker for one term, and did that create chaos in this body? Everybody was running for Speaker, and that's all we dealt with almost all the time during that session. But if you wanted to have a laugh, you go and see him. If you wanted some wisdom, you talk to him, and if you wanted a good legal advice on a bill or something was for the body, he knew it. He was such a gentleman, such a friend, and he ran into some problems in his district. He had people that got angry with him and got him indicted a couple of times. But he showed that there was integrity in the grand jury system. He was able to achieve victory each time that he had to go before that grand jury. He later became a lobbyist. He lobbied many, many issues here. And maybe some of you in this chamber, he became your friend. But I just delighted. Whenever I wanted to talk and give jokes, I would call down and say, hey, I need to talk about so and so and so. Give me a few jokes, and he'll come up just instantly with 3 or 4 things that you could say to make people laugh. I enjoyed his friendship. I knew his wife well. I later learned of his family, and it was just a joy to serve with him. I regret that you did not have that experience, but I can tell you, had you had, you would have been saying the same thing I'm saying this morning.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I met Senator Parker many, many, many years ago, long before I was elected. He was a giant already, and he was someone from whom I learned a lot and had the privilege of becoming friends with him, really someone I looked up to. And many years later, when my brother here ran for office, I went and campaigned for him, which is probably why he won. And his grandma's backyard backs up to Senator Parker's backyard. So second time I went up there, Jackie, my dear friend Jackie Savoy, we went over there and visited with the senator, had a good visit for a couple of hours, and just thinking about and talking about days past. And I just wanted to mention that one of the things I'll never forget, I was very young. I was at a political event in Beaumont on Labor Day, and there must have been 1,000 people there. And I love music, I love singing, and however, I've never had the guts to stand up in front of a crowd, unless there were 90,000 other people there, and sing the national anthem. But Senator Parker stood up there. He's a state senator. I'm watching this guy stand up there in front of 1,000 people and sing the national anthem a cappella. I mean, with gusto, like he sounded good. And I looked at that, and I just thought, this guy loves this country so much, he's willing to put his political career at risk by standing up and singing the national anthem a cappella in front of 1,000 people. But that's how much he loved us. I say that because that never left me. I think of that every once in a while. I think of that when I hear someone else singing it. But that's how much it meant to him. And he sang it, and it was beautiful. And I'm glad, Ann, Representative, that you brought this today. And thank you for bringing the family as well.
Chair asks Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've known Senator Parker since I was born. The greatest thing about him was his wife. Beverly was the sweetest, kindest, most loving person. And after Senator Parker died, we had a good conversation, and to summarize it, I said, I never thought someone like me would be able to be in this seat, especially here. And she said, without a doubt, she said, what does that have anything to do with anything? She loved her city. She taught at our colleges. She loved people, and they never left Port Arthur. With all the success they had, they never left. Even as the community became less and less white, they stayed They stayed in that house. Senator Parker and Beverly Parker, that was my political dynasty family. That was, for some people, it was Reagan, and some people, it was Clinton. That was mine. And I was 8 years old. I would leave elementary school because my aunt worked for him. And I would walk, and he would be telling jokes, and they would say, "Parker." But when I would ask him a question, he would explain it to me in a way that an 8-year-old could understand. He took time for a child to let him know what was happening in a world that he was living in. We lost a giant, and we lost a greater giant, but we still have their love. And when I tell you all, I'm just a 1990s Democrat, that's because that's how I was raised by people like him. When you ask why I go back and forth across the aisle, that's because Parker taught me that. When I don't take things personal, Parker taught me that. Because he said, you always have a friend in another issue. He said, stand on your morals, stand on your values, and find someone who you can work with that has the same morals and values on whatever issue, because people deserve the best and not your pettiness. I will always be grateful to him for everything he taught me, for his beautiful, boasting, singing voice. And to the family, thank you for always being good to me and my family. And I will never forget the love and the grace that you all and your family and the Parkers have shown. And to his goddaughter, thank you for making a way for me too. And I love you all.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you did not have the opportunity to meet Carl Parker. Many of you have never met a man like Carl Parker. A guy like that, first of all, there are many folks like that in Southeast Texas. Not all of them could get elected to office, and that's probably a good thing. Politicians like that don't exist. The days of social media, 24-hour news, the days of Carl Parker are probably long gone. But like Christian said, he was a dear friend, politics aside. His quotes were legendary. If you were at his funeral, some of the funniest stories I've ever heard were at his funeral this past year. One of my favorite quotes was, I ran into him at an event early in my tenure as a state rep, and I said, how's retirement? He said, Dave, it's fantastic. He said, I finally stopped getting invitations to events I never wanted to attend. For some reason, that has stuck with me. But my favorite Carl Parker quote, I might get in trouble for this, I do not care. He was accosted outside in the chamber one day by an upset voter. You're an idiot. That chamber's full of idiots. And he said, well, it is a representative republic. I don't think that person got the joke. But that was Carl Parker. He could give you a joke right in front of your face and you never knew it. I wish there were more Carl Parkers, more characters. It's what makes this body so great. So thank you for having this resolution. Appreciate you.
Chair has Ms. Johnson.
I humbly move adoption.
Members, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Mr. Morales?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Morales, for what purpose?
sir, can we ask that all the comments that were made right now about Senator Parker be reduced to writing in the journal?
Yes, members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Thank you.
Please excuse Mr. Guerin because of important business on motion of Mr. King. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary rules and unnecessary rules to take and consider House Resolution 957.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 957 by Dutton in memory of Albert Earl Colesman of Houston.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a person who passed away in my district and Symphonia Thompson's district. And he was one of those people that I just loved him, and you knew he loved you. He was pretty active in the community. He was a former police officer who had retired. And when he retired, he became employed by all of the community activities that you can possibly think of, and making sure he was on the, I believe he was on the school board at one point in North Forest ISD. But he was just one of those people that I was proudest of, and I always wished that I had more people like him in our community, because he really loved and honored the community. And I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see if my colleague, Chairwoman Thompson, would like to have a word.
Members, this is a memorial resolution. Please take your seats and your conversations outside the rails. Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the only police officer I knew in my community that would give you a ticket, and most people wouldn't even protest it because he was so liked and so loved. Now, we know he was speeding when he caught us. We knew that. But you know, sometimes you just want to go down to municipal court and argue about the speed ticket anyway. But if he would stop and have a smile on his face and say, you know, I clock you at 40 miles an hour and you're in a 35-mile speed zone, it's okay, just go ahead and give him the ticket. We'll send the money and pay it. He was beloved by his community. He served on our school board. He was a super neighborhood person, a minister, a Church of Christ, and just a beloved person. And of course, we were very honored because he was our first African-American motorcycle policeman in Houston, in the city of Houston. So I am delighted to make comments on his behalf, and I extend my condolences to his family.
Chair is Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And so I asked this House today to honor the memory of Reverend Albert Coleman, and I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those, please rise and observe a moment of silence. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Ms. Thompson moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Londa Jones of Harris because of important business in the district. On motion of Ms. Plessa, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Human Services will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, the House will begin consideration of the local consent and resolutions calendar shortly. Representative Patterson and I sent a letter to your offices last week with information on procedures for considering the local consent and resolutions calendar, and a copy of that letter has been placed on your desks. The procedures for considering bills in the local and consent calendar are different from those for considering bills on the regular calendar. The chair will first recognize the author to explain the bill. The author has 3 minutes to explain the bill, and this 3-minute explanation period does not count against the 10-minute debate limit. The bill will not be laid out until after the author's explanation. After the author's explanation, the chair will ask if there is objection to consideration of the bill. If the chair does not have objections from 5 members at this time, the bill will be laid out before the body. Debate on the bill can occur at this time. If, after the bill is laid out, debate exceeds 10 minutes or the chair receives objections from 5 members, the bill must be withdrawn from the calendar. The following measures have been withdrawn by the author and will be returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. House Bill 333 on page 2. House Bill 3354 on page 3. Members, we're ready to begin consideration of a local consent and resolutions calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. Chair recognizes Representative Vasut to explain HB 609.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply lets the oyster farmers clean their cages in the bays.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 609. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 609. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 609, we have a suit relating to...
Question occurs on the passage and engrossment of HB 609. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 609 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain HB 630.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Antique Outboard Motors Act.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 630. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 630. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 630, we have a suit relating...
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 630. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 630 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain HB 420.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is MUD hearing transparency for Kaufman County. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 420. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 420. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 420 by Bell of Kaufman.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 420. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 420 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain HB 767.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 767 renames a section of Texas Highway 249 in Montgomery County as Paul P. Mendez Memorial Highway in memory of retired Lieutenant Colonel Paul Mendez.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 767. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 767. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 767 by Bella Montgomery.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 767. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 767 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain HB 1708.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1708 designates a portion of State Highway 302 in Ector County as the Trooper Kevin Ramirez Vasquez Memorial Highway in honor of Trooper Vasquez, who was tragically killed in that location on the line of duty.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 1708. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1708. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1708 by Landgraf.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 1708. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1708 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain HB 1404.
I'm House Road in Navarro County. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 1404. Is there objection consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1404. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1404 by Harris.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 1404. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1404 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain HB 2457.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill designates a portion of U.S. Highway 287 in Wilbarger County as the Molly Mullins Mile. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2457. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2457. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2457 by Meyer relating to the designation.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2457. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2457 passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain HB 140.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is CPS Best Practices Bill. I move
Members, you've
passage.
heard the explanation of HB 140. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 140. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 140 by Noble relating.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 140. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 140 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain HB 227.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this names Farm to Market Road 521 in Brazoria County after Clarence B.V. Sasser in honor of his service to the United States.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 227. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 227. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 227 by Vasut.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 227. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 227 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain HB 913.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this cleans up and updates the Health and Human Services Code as it relates to state hospitals.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 913. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 913. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 913 by Frank.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 913. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 913 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bello Kaufman to explain HB 2198.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2198 designates a portion of State Highway 34 in Kaufman County as the Officer Jacob Candenoza Memorial Highway. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2198. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2198. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2198 by Belt.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2198. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2198 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain HB 2763.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this designates the textile facility in Stark County as the Eddie Gracia Jr. Area Engineer and Maintenance Facility.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2763. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2763. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2763.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2763. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2763 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain HB 1261.
Law enforcement to do police protection.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 1261. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1261. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1261 by Cunningham relating.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 1261. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1261 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain HB 1135.
House Bill 1135 names House Bill 914 the Terrence Solberg Act.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1135. Is there an objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1135. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1135 by Isaac.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 1135. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1135 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain HB 1318.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this streamlines the single certification process for water and sewer service.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 1318. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1318. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1318 by Guillen relating to.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 1318. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1318 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain HB 2358.
This creates an efficiency with HHSC. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2358. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2358. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2358 by Noble.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2358. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2358 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain HB 2765.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this updates and expands the Rural Economic Development and Investment Program.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2765. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2765. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2765 by Gian.
Question occurs on the engrossment to HB 2765. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2765 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain HB 2735.
Creating vape shops in school districts.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2735. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2735. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2735 by Cunningham.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 2735. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2735 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain HB 3307.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simplifies arbitrator training.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 3307. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 3307. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3307 by Noble.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 3307. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 3307 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain HB 1242.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This designates a portion of U.S. Highway 281 in Brooks County as the Ernesto Solis Cantu Memorial Highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 1242. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1242. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1242 by Gian, relating designation of a portion.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 1242. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1242 is passed to engrossment.
Just get laid out.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain HB 2842.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14, Subdivision 3, this is notice that 5 or more members intend to oppose House Bill 2842 by a raising of hands.
Can I see your hands? Can the members raising their hands come down front, please? Thank you. Members, please clear the center aisle. There's plenty of other space for you to have your conversations. The chair has received notice of objection to consideration of House Bill 2842. This is the second time this bill has been contested. Pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14.2 and 24, the bill will be withdrawn from the calendar and returned to the Committee on Calendars. Members, the chair has received notice of objection by 5 or more members to all remaining measures on today's local consent and resolutions calendar, except for House Bill 155 and House Bill 2415. The names of the members objecting to consideration of the measures will be entered in the journal. Pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14(2) and 24, the measures are withdrawn from the calendar and will be returned to either the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars or the Committee on Calendars as required by the rules. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain HB 155.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 155 relating to the confidentiality of certain autopsy records. And this is a bill we passed last session. I've worked with a lot of folks in the interim. It allows families to be able to access autopsy records for a second opinion, especially if in the first time they did the autopsy, they were unable to determine the manner and cause of death.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 155. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 155. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 155 by Raymond relating to confidentiality.
The question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 155. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 155 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain HB 2415.
Members, I want to call your attention to a very important bill for an officer that died in my district. I don't know if he was a Democrat or a Republican. All I know is that he's a fallen officer, and Austin Police Association asked me to bring this bill, and I'm proud to do it. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2415. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2415. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2415 by Cole relating designation.
The question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2415. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2415 is passed to engrossment. Following announcements, clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today upon final adjournment at Desk 71 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Local and Consent Calendars will meet today upon final adjournment in room 3W. For this one. The Committee on Local and Consent Calendars will meet today upon first adjournment in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
Representative Patterson moves that the House stand adjourned until 12:15 today. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned until 12:15 p.m. today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Show Mr. Hunter present. Show Mr. Vasut present. The quorum is present. Please excuse Mr. LaHood because of important business in the district on a motion of Ms. Pearson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Representative Patterson moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Representative Patterson moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Representative Patterson moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the motion prevails. Please excuse Ms. C. Morales because of important business on a motion of Ms. Rodriguez Ramos. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 609. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 609 by Vasut relating to cleaning of a structure used to grow oysters for cultivated oyster mariculture.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows our oyster farmers to be able to clean their cages in the bays. And move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 609. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes, 6 nays, 3 present not voting. HB 609 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on HB 609. The clerk will read the bills.
HB 630 by Vasut, HB 420 by Bell of Kaufman, HB 767 by Bell of Montgomery, HB 1708 by Landgraf, HB 1404 by Harris, HB 2457 by Meyer, HB 140 by Noble, HB 227 by Vasut, HB 913 by Frank, HB 2198 by Bell of Kaufman, HB 2763 by Guillen, HB 1261 by Cunningham, HB 1135 by Isaac, HB 1318 by Guillen, HB 2358 by Noble, HB 2765 by Guillen, HB 2735 by Cunningham, HB 3307 by Noble, HB 1242 by Guillen, HB 2415 by Cole, and HB 155 by Raymond.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Wu because of important business on a motion of Mr. Turner. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 12:45 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 12:45 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Human Services to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs, Subcommittee on County and Regional Government, in a public hearing on Monday, April 28, 2025, at 10 o'clock a.m. in room E2.028 to consider HB 3841 by Collier relating to the investigation of the death of a prisoner in county jail.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we have a memorial resolution. Please take your seats or your conversations outside the rails. Chair recognizes Mr. Money for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 950.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 950 by money in the memory of Officer Cooper Dawson of the Greenville Police Department.
Chair recognizes Mr. Money to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come before you this morning to honor the life, the service, and the ultimate sacrifice of Officer Cooper Dawson of the Greenville Police Department. A devoted husband, a father of 3, a public servant, and a protector of my community, was killed in the line of duty on November 26, 2024. Officer Dawson was a guardian of peace, a steady presence in a time of crisis, and a symbol of the very best in public service. Members, the work of our public servants is never easy, often dangerous, but they wear that responsibility with courage, dignity, and commitment to the people that they serve. During his time in law enforcement, Officer Dawson left an incredible mark on our community. Whether through his acts of heroism in the line of duty or quiet moments of kindness, he built bridges of trust and compassion that will endure far beyond his time with us. His legacy is one of service, sacrifice, and unwavering integrity. Today, his wife Aubrey is here with us in the gallery. Aubrey, please stand at this time. Please know that your husband's impact reaches far and wide. We cannot begin to understand the depth of your grief, but we stand with you. We hold you in our hearts and in our prayers. And in our hearts and prayers, we also hold all the other spouses of the men and women that put their lives on the line every day. On behalf of myself and these members of the body, we pledge that Officer Dawson's memory will not be forgotten. An official copy of this resolution will be provided to your family, and I ask that when the Texas House of Representatives adjourns today, it do so in memory of Cooper Dawson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, please rise and observe a moment of silence. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Representative Noble moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we're moving to the regular calendar on third reading calendar. Chair lays out on third reading HB 29. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 29 by Gertis, relating to water losses reported by certain municipality-owned utilities to the Texas Water Development Board, authorizing administrative penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 29 enhances accountability and efficiency among large municipally owned water utilities by introducing new requirements for auditing and mitigating real water loss. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 29. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gertis voting aye. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Bear voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, HB 29 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 125. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 125 by Slauson, relating the creation of the Tarleton State University College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the creation of the Tarleton Medical School, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 125. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Little voting no. Have all members voted? 117 ayes and 20 nays. House Bill 125 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 145. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 145 by King, relating to the risk mitigation planning and associated liability for providers of electric service.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the wildfire mitigation bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 145. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 145 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 171. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 171 by Guillen, relating the certificate of medical examination for chemical dependency and the duration of a court-ordered treatment for a person with a chemical dependency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 171 is a bill we passed last session out of the House. The Anel Borrego Act sets a minimum stay for individuals undergoing court-ordered drug treatment. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 171. So record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? 117 ayes and 20 nays. House Bill 171 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 255. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 255 by Guillen, relating the definitions of certain terms for purposes of the exemption from ad valorem taxation of farm products in the hands of the producer.
Chair has Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this brings clarity and consistency to our property tax code by exempting essential farm inputs like feed, fertilizer, and pesticides from ad valorem taxation. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 255. With record vote, clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 138 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 255 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 50. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 50 by Jones of Dallas, relating to the informed consent of certain screening tests.
Chair has Mr. Jones of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we voted on yesterday that makes HIV testing a standard routine part of STD screenings. Thank you so much to everyone for their support, and thank you to TCC for moving their opposition to neutral.
Mr. Hall, full speakers.
Yes.
Would gentlemen yield for just a couple questions?
Gentleman yields for questions. Gentleman
Yeah,
yields.
so, Representative, I'm kind of new here. I'm a freshman, but I just have a question.
Yes, sir.
This bill number seems really, really low. Is this a priority bill?
It is a priority bill.
It's a priority bill of the Speaker of the Texas House?
It is.
And I was just kind of curious, are you aware, is this priority legislation for either the Democrat caucus or the Republican caucus in the Texas House?
I'm unaware of that.
Do you think that it's possible that this bill wouldn't have made it through the legislature if it wasn't a priority bill?
I disagree with you. Actually, I was here last
Do you
year.
think it would have made it through either way?
This bill made it off the floor.
Okay, awesome.
With actually a 3,000 bill number.
Yeah, so let me ask you two more questions. So
No problem.
Did you get this bill from anybody in the Speaker's office, or you carried it last time and it made it all the way to the floor?
I have 20 years of history of doing HIV work. I came up with this bill all by myself.
Right on. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Will the
Johnson,
gentleman
for
yield for
purpose-
questions?
Gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Yesterday, did we have the pleasure of hearing Dr. Oliverson talk about the significance and importance of this legislation and what a benefit it would be to all Texans?
Yes, it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 50. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Garcia voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 116 ayes and 21 nays, House Bill 50 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Hefner to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on motion of Mr. Bell. Oh, Mr. Hunter. Please excuse Mr. Hunter to attend a meeting on the Committee on Calendars on motion of Mr. Bell. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 363. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 363 by Bell of Kaufman, relating the notice and petition for the creation of a municipal utility district in certain counties.
Chair, I guess Mr. Bell.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 363 improves the transparency and coordination process in creating a municipal utility districts and by requiring pre-petition notification to counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 363. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 134 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 363 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 116. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 116 by Dutton relating to the grounds for the involuntary termination of the parent-child relationship.
Chair has Mr. Dutton.
Mr. Speaker and members, thank you. This is the bill we passed yesterday that essentially takes away the old category out of the Family Code for voluntary terminations of parental rights. And I move passage. But I want to thank all of the members and people who helped work on this, but especially the Speaker who made this one of his priorities too. And so I do want to thank him for that.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 116. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 136 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 116 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 491. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 491 by Thompson relating to certain civil penalties collected for violations of law regulating massage therapy.
Chair has Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker and members, each session of the legislature, we have tried to take a bite out of the human trafficking crime. This is a bigger bite. Those who have illegal massage parlors and are convicted, we're going to fine them $10,000, and we're going to let the local government be able to apply that for the treatment of those victims who happen to have been trafficked. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 491. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 132 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 491 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Reynolds because of important business on motion of Ms. Davis. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse the Calendars Committee to attend a meeting on motion of Mr. Guillen. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1495. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1495 by Morales of Maverick relating to the prohibited release of personal information collected during the jury selection process.
Chair has Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill protects juror privacy. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1495. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Shows Grover Hawkins voting aye. Being 125 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1495 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 368. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 368 by Landgraf relating the prohibition on remotely controlling electronic devices on certain individuals and to the criminal prosecution of that conduct.
Hold on. Hold on a second. I think they locked up local consent calendars instead of the. I think they looked. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 368. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 368 by Landgraf relating the prohibition on remotely controlling electronic devices of certain individuals and to the criminal prosecution of that conduct.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 368 updates our protective order statutes to account for smart home devices. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 368. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Davis voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 116 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 368 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1285. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1285 by Guerin relating to inspections and examinations by the Railroad Commission of Texas of certain sites and facilities conducted by using unmanned aircraft.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Mr. Guerin's bill from yesterday concerning the Railroad Commission inspection using unmanned aircraft. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1285. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 94 ayes and 31 nays, House Bill 1285 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1905. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1905 by King relating to a notice of the Texas A&M Forest Service to be ascribed per burn to be conducted at the Parks and Wildlife Department.
Chair asks Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1905 would require Parks and Wildlife to notify the Forest Service before they initiate a prescribed burn. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1905. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1905 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2002. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2002 by Darby relating the eligibility of an organization to receive surplus agricultural products under certain grants awarded by the Department of Agriculture.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill relates to the eligibility of food banks to receive surplus goods through the Department of Agriculture. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2002. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2002 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 917. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 917 by Spiller relating to a district or county attorney participating as counsel in certain proceedings.
Chair has Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows county attorneys to serve as attorneys ad litem in CPS cases in rural counties, saves counties monies, helps children. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 917. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 917 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2723. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2723 by Cunningham relating to the requirement that a person submit an application for an exemption from ad valorem taxation from certain property used from human burial.
Chair has Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this is the bill we heard yesterday to prevent the sale of nonprofit cemeteries for nonprofit ad valorem taxes.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2723. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Have all members voted? 120 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 2723 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2067. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2067 by Paul relating to declination, cancellation, and non-renewal of insurance policies.
Chair has Mr. Paul. Scriven Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen, yield for questions at this time.
Yes.
Yield for questions.
I just want to be clear that when you speak of the non-renewals, we're talking more about notice. Could you share with the body a little bit more about what we're specifically doing when we're looking at insurance policies?
Yes, this is a bill to make sure that those declinations, if you apply for a new insurance policy and you get turned down, this would make sure that the company has to send you a letter or email telling why they turned you down. Right now, they might just give you some kind of a notice and say you've been turned down, but the consumer didn't know what it was. So this is a bill to make sure the consumer knows the reason why he was turned down.
Is there a time frame associated with that notice?
Could you repeat?
Is there a time frame associated with that notice?
I don't think so. I can't remember exactly offhand, so I'm unadvised, but I think there might be something in there, yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, just to ask the gentleman one question.
Gentlemen, yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Isn't the goal of the bill just wanting to know if you're turned down for what?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Thank
It's good transparency bill, folks. Let's get it out of here. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2067. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 2067 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1238. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1238 by Guillen relating to the inspection of a location for the proposed Class 1 injection well.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows TCEQ to accept inspection reports from licensed engineers or geoscientists for Class 1 injection well applications. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1238. It's record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Pursuit voting aye. Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 1238 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 745. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 745 by Vasut relating to the exemption from jury service for certain crime victims of close relatives of deceased crime victims.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows individuals in a very narrow situation to be exempt from jury duty. These are individuals that are either the victims or close relatives of victims of certain heinous crimes that have testified about those crimes, not having to come back to court and relive that testimony and trauma. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 745. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 104 ayes and 22 nays. House Bill 745 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1188. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1188 by manual relating to the referral of certain students receiving special education services to a local intellectual and developmental disability authority for services of public benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is HB 1188, the Caitlin Hadley Act that we passed. Thank you so much for your help. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1188. It's record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 126 ayes and 3 nays, House Bill 1188 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1606. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1606 by Metcalf relating to notice provided to a retail electronic customer of a procedure for requesting vegetation management near a transmission or distribution line.
Chair has Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires utilities to provide information on how customers can request vegetation management near transmission or distribution lines. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1606. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1606 finally passed. Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd make a motion that we reduce Representative Anchia's lyrics to writing and place them in the journal.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2003. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2003 by Harris relating to the provision of the Texas Department of Transportation on information regarding certain high-speed rail projects.
Chair has Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2003. This is Chairman Harris's bill from yesterday. It holds a high-speed rail project in Texas to the same standards as any legitimate railroad by adding them to the Texas Rail Plan. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2003. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2003 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2147. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2147 by Van Dever relating to remotely conducting dispositions, hearings, and other proceedings in juvenile cases.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows for remotely conducting procedures in juvenile cases. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2147. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes and 23 nays. House Bill 2147 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2355. Clerk read the bill.
HB 2355 by Fairley relating to requests for law enforcement agencies reporting from the Attorney General related to crime victims' compensation applications.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill aims to protect the privacy of victims. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2355. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 128 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2355 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2546. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2546 by Tupper relating to vehicles eligible for replacement under the Clean School Bus Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2545 until today at 1:15 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2495. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2495 by Dutton relating to certain rights of the sole managing conservatorship of a child in relation to the child's enrollment in school.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Mr. Speaker, members, this just clears up the confusion about whether or not the sole managing conservator has the right to designate the school of choice for the child. And I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2495. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 126 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 2495 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2818. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2818 by Capriglione relating to Artificial Intelligence Division within the Department of Information Resources.
Chair guys, Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2818 reduces the time and cost the state incurs for legacy modernization efforts. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2818. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 2818 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2249. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2249 by Bernal relating to the establishment of the Teacher Recruitment Scholarship Program and the Teacher Retention Incentive Program.
Chair guys, Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Teach for Texas Scholarship Program we discussed yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2249. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 81 ayes and 45 nays. House Bill 2249 is finally passed. Please excuse the Human Services Committee to attend a meeting on motion of Mr. Guillen. Please excuse Mr. Jones of Dallas because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Guillen. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3228. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3228 by Lampert relating to the inclusion of recycling or disposal provisions in certain lease agreements of wind or solar power facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will help prevent future graveyards for windmill blades. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3228. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3228 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3240. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3240 by Guerra relating to the establishment of the Texas Geothermal Energy Production Policy Council.
Chair has Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was the bill we heard yesterday regarding the creation of the Texas Geothermal Energy Production Policy Council. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3240. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? 81 ayes and 35 nays. House Bill 3240 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1507. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1507 by Ashby relating to tuition and fee exemptions for firefighters enrolled in certain courses at public institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1507 just adds volunteer firemen to the same tuition exemption for fire science courses that we offer our paid firefighters. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1507. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 119 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1507 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 658. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 658 by Tupper relating to carrying of weapons by community supervision and corrections department officers, juvenile probation officers, and certain retired law enforcement officers into the criminal liability for taking a weapon from certain of those officers.
Chair asks Mr. Ashby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 658 until 1 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the...
Scratch that. Let's postpone House Bill 658 until 1:15 p.m. today. Thank
Members,
you,
you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1748. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1748 by Darby relating to the appointment of spoken language interpreters for certain court proceedings.
Chair guys, Mr. Darby.
This bill helps remove court lag by allowing interpreters for small claims, non-jury trials. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1748. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 1748 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1851. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1851 by Morales of Maverick relating to disposition of certain surplus motor vehicles and other law enforcement equipment by the Texas Facilities Commission to certain school districts.
Chair guys, Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows public schools to be able to purchase surplus vehicles for campus safety purposes. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1851. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 1851 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1922. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1922 by Dean relating to the accrual of a cause of action for purposes of certain laws governing certain construction liability claims.
Chair guys, Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, basically what you were saying, it clarifies that received means postmarked in right to prepare statute. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1922. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 117 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 1922 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2798. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2798 by PLISA relating to disclosures and other requirements concerning virtual currency kiosk transactions authorizing a fee.
Chair guys, Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This protects against financial exploitation and virtual currency kiosks. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2798. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Capriglione voting aye, Mr. Lambert voting aye, Ms. Plessa voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Fairley voting aye. Being 86 ayes and 32 nays, House Bill 2798 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I wanted to let you know that today is Dark Sky Day at your Texas House. Thank you guys so much for being here and for advocating for dark sky communities. Communities in my district that have adopted internationally recognized dark sky places include Jonestown, BK, Blanco, Fredericksburg, and Horseshoe Bay. If your communities are interested in restoring and implementing limited light in your communities, please work with us to tell you how to do that. We want to make sure that the stars and at night are big and bright deep in the heart of Texas. Thank you, dark sky communities, for leading this issue.
Please excuse Ms. Vaughn Davis because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Thompson. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 107 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 107 by Simmons relating the establishment of the Sickle Cell Disease Registry.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. HB 107 seeks to create a statewide Texas registry for sickle cell disease and will help the lives of thousands of Texans, including one very special little Texan, my daughter, Sydney. This is a very simple bill, but a very necessary bill, and it's one that many of you supported during the 88th session. For those of you who don't know, sickle cell is a genetic condition that causes some of an infected person's red blood cells to have a rigid crescent or sickled shape. Due to their curved shape, these cells can become stuck in small blood vessels, blocking the flow of blood, causing strokes, infections, and extremely painful episodes known as a sickle cell crisis. People with sickle cell experience a lifetime of health complications, which include these painful sickle cell crises, organ damage, pneumonia, stroke, infections, anemia, and complications during pregnancy. As the mother of a little girl with sickle cell disease, I can attest firsthand to the havoc this illness causes. Right now, my daughter is young, innocent, and too cute for her own good. And when she tells doctors she's in pain, they do not hesitate to believe her and begin to treat her symptoms. Unfortunately, however, when little girls like Sydney grow up into young women, healthcare providers too often misinterpret their symptoms as an exaggeration. And in simple terms, providers too often just don't believe patients with sickle cell. This bill was unanimously voted out of both its respective House and Senate committees last sessions, and I would like to move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Committee for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I will move.
She
I
yields.
will yield for some questions.
Ms. Simmons, there are a number of members standing behind me, and my understanding is that they are furiously coming up with jokes to haze you on your first bill. But being a man of no humor whatsoever, I wanted to come up here and ask you some questions because, I'll leave the frivolity to the other folks. But this is a very serious bill.
It is.
And I think I want to get to the core of why it's important to collect this information, because you've just laid out the reason why this is problematic. You've got a genetic disorder, a genetic disease that affects so many, but do we really have our arms around the breadth of that problem?
Not currently. Unfortunately, sickle cell doesn't receive the same attention that other life-threatening illnesses like cancer receives. And so this registry would be a step in the right direction. It would ensure that all Texans who are inflicted by this disease will have what they need in terms of research, support, and resources.
And a key part of your bill is that the research that's gathered, the data that's gathered, isn't just housed somewhere, it's provided back to this body so that we can take action to better get our arms around this problem. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. And again, this bill was voted out of this chamber last session and the Senate as well, and made it out of both committees unanimously. So this is a priority for Texans, and we want to make sure we're doing right by folks with sickle cell disease in this state.
Well, Ms. Simmons, I'm sure the rest of the members behind me will have a lot more fun joking with you, but because I know this is your first bill, but it happens to be something that we need to get to the governor's desk so that we can start to understand how this is impacting not just your family, but families across Texas. And while I know you'll have fun with them and whatever they're coming up with, I'm really grateful that you brought forward this very thoughtful bill. And welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Groven-August, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
The gentlelady yield for questions. She yields for questions.
Representative, this bill has come up before, right?
It has.
So do I call you the queen of the bill or, the star? What do we call you today?
You know what? You can just call me a lowly Democratic freshman member of the House trying to do right for folks with sickle cell in this state.
And so as a freshman, delivering such a big monumental bill. How do you feel about that?
It feels really great. I have to, give some love to Representative Jarvis Johnson for working on this last session. I was a little disappointed we didn't make it across the finish line, but I had no idea I'd be the one bringing it back. So it's a pretty big deal.
Well, as a freshman, I want to say thank you so much because it is such an important bill, and thank you for being sincere and championing this bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
It's a good one for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Generally for questions.
Yes.
She yields.
So I know you sit in a really important area on this floor, correct?
Yeah, pretty important.
Because you're behind me.
Yep.
Diagonally. And you also went on a trip to South Texas, right?
I did.
And we had an opportunity to talk a little bit, and I heard that you were an organizer back in your district.
I am. I was.
And now that you're in the House, well, what do you prefer, organizing or being here on the House floor?
You know what? I miss being an organizer because I could cuss a little bit more and I could wear jeans every day. But you know what? I'm getting used to all of this, so it's all right.
This is a lot of fun, right?
It's a lot of fun. It is. I like coming to the mic and hearing myself talk.
Well, congratulations on a very important, very impactful first bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Gentlelady for questions.
Yes.
She yields.
So, Representative Simmons, first I want to ask, are you the only member of the House that flipped a seat from red to blue this session?
You know what? Crown me, because I actually did, yeah.
Well, as a fellow flipper, congratulations. We're happy to have you. Now, Representative Simmons, I have been advised that you are a fan of a certain era of cinema. Could you elaborate?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I have been advised that you are a fan of a certain era of cinema.
Really? I'm not advised. What era would that be?
I've been told 90s movies.
You know what? I was a child in the 90s, but I have some favorites. Where are we going with this?
Could you inform me of some of your favorites, please?
Oh, you know what? I really loved, I don't even know if this is the 90s or not, but Clueless is one of my favorite movies. I love Little Mermaid. That's like the 80s. I guess all the Disney movies. I don't know, you put me on the spot right now.
I'm curious, have you taken inspiration for your presentation today from Clueless?
Oh, that's a cold one, Reb Zwiener. I don't know. No, I didn't. Maybe a little bit more Legally Blonde or something, but not
a little more
Clueless.
Legally Blonde. Okay. I mean, both I think were very tremendous advocates. I want to be clear. Both Cher and Elle Woods were masters. What's your favorite quote from Dr. Now?
What is Dr. Now?
I guess I need to go visit with my sources and check, so I'll review.
I think you might have to check with those sources.
Well, Representative Simmons, thank you so much for being here today, and congrats on your first bill.
Thank you. Whew. Oh, one more.
Scope for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
She yields for questions? She yields.
Yes.
You are truly an inspiration to me, and I'm wondering if you can tell me why.
Whoa.
For bringing braids to the Texas House.
Braid Caucus. The Braid Caucus. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Bowers, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Gentlelady for questions.
Yes.
She yields for questions.
So, what illustrious sorority are you a member of?
I am a member of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. And tell me, what number Delta are you in the Texas House of Representatives?
I am the 6th Delta in the Texas House of Representatives.
Thank you, and welcome to the Texas House. Thank you for this important legislation, and we appreciate you and love you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Soror. I move passage.
All right, question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 107. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 107 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Wilson because of important business in the district. On motion of Mr. Meyer, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Transportation in a public hearing on Tuesday, April the 29th at 8 a.m. in room E2.010 to consider. And these are all memorial resolutions that people didn't get to us in time to do when we did the two calendars. There's a huge page of them, and I have to read them, so I'm going to have to read them here. One, House Bill 341 by Morales relating to the study of the Texas Department of Transportation on traffic collisions involving persons operating bicycles, electric bicycles, or motor-assisted scooters. House Bill 469 by Salt relating to the enforcement of commercial motor vehicle safety standards in certain counties. House Bill 971 by Toth relating to the use of high occupancy vehicles lane to pass through certain areas. House Bill 1029 by Eddie Morales relating to the installation of highway signs for certain cultural attractions by the Texas Department of Transportation. House Bill 1624 by the SALT relating to the authority of a local authority to install a temporary traffic control device on certain highways. House Bill 272 by Toth relating to the installation and maintenance of the Texas Department of Transportation of highway signs for certain cultural attractions. House Bill 3046 by Eddie Morales relating to the display of license plates only on the rear of motor vehicle, authorizing a fee. House Bill 3365 by Perez relating to the sale of delivery of certain license plates. I said these were all memorial. Some of them are also bills that we are trying to set so they'll have a chance to get them done. House Bill 3731 relating to by Martinez relating to the requiring the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles to establish standards of uniform cargo liability, uniform bills of lading of receipts, and uniform cargo credit. House Bill 3793 by McLaughlin relating to procedures for a commissioner's court to close or abandon or vacate certain public roads. House Bill 3861 by Canales relating to driving safety of motorcycles. House Bill 3946 by Gamis relating to judicial special license plates. House Bill 3966 by Christina Morales relating to requiring owners or operators of commercial passenger bus services to provide certain notifications. House Bill 4348 by GO relating to the probation of certain roadway projects and distribution of affordable housing funds to local government. House Bill 4401 by VO relating to the collection of fees and refunds of under Chapter 1006 of the Transportation Code. House Bill 4402 by Gamis relating to the human operators of certain authorized automated motor vehicles. House Bill 4924 by Canales relating to the certain electronic documentation of for the transfer of motor vehicle title. House Bill 4966 by Canales relating to the denial of access to the database dealer issued license plate. House Bill 5290 by Wally relating to the transfer of certain state property from the State Department of Transportation to the University of Houston. And last, House Bill 5563 by Kitzman relating to the overnight parking of commercial motor vehicle in or near certain residential subdivisions. Thank you, Mr. Members. I move adoption.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Talk to her. Talk to her real quick. Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is one that we just now got. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Transportation in a public hearing Tuesday, April 29th at 8 a.m. in room E2.010 to consider HB 2959 by Dean relating to the designation of a portion of the Farm to Market Road number 2275 in Gregg County as the Bill Stout Parkway. I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Little Dean, Big Dean.
Yeah, I was starting to say that.
Chair lays out House Bill 2546 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2546 by Tupper relating to vehicles eligible for replacement under the Clean School Bus Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is that school bus program. We're changing the model years to for later models to clean up diesel motors. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2546. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 21 nays, House Bill 2546 finally passed. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. The remainder of the calendar will be taken up on Monday. Hold on, members. We're waiting for possible announcements. Mr. Money moves the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday in memory of Officer Cooper Dawson of Greenville. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.